Hello, welcome to the February 21st, 2025 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field or simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could indicate which version of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which version number, such as 12, 13, or 14, and your operating system, such as Mac or Windows, that information would be helpful. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer the questions in real time may soon be eclipsed with the number of questions that I'm going through. We'll go through all the questions chronologically as asked. But if we could avoid asking the same questions repeatedly, that would be appreciated. And we should have an index of all topics that are covered in today's live stream that will be pinned to the top of the comments field. And if you wanted to search for topics, I think we've crossed over 38,000 topics that we've done in the live streams. You could go to cubaseindex.com. We want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We have two people that serves as moderators. So if you want to, we'll give a special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude. They're not Steinberg employees. They're just volunteers to make it a better community experience. And we'll give an extra special thanks for Jazz Dude's work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord site, which is a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I am the host today. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia, in the United States. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right, so we see Michael Marshall checking in from Somerset, UK. We have Stefan from Sweden. We have Richard Mismer, just says no sound from Madison, Wisconsin, but that was 30 minutes before the live stream started. So if you don't hear it now, you should be able to hear it now once the live stream has begun. We have Uno Memento checking in from Finland. It says, hello, Greg. Greg and viewers, question. Which algorithm need to choose for vocal tuning and VariAudio? Which is the best? And what's the difference between them, Elastic and Standard, etc.? So you could have different algorithms for time stretching. So like when we do stretching or kind of elastic audio. So when we come over here, we can see these different algorithms. Now, some processes in the program are kind of determined or kind of predisposed to work with particular algorithms. So when we go to the standard solo algorithm, that's the algorithm that is going to be used for tuning because that will automatically do our pitch detection. So when we come over to an audio file, and if we had this set to a different algorithm and we go to VariAudio, we'll do our analysis of the audio, and as we move it, we'll probably get a message saying that the algorithm has been switched because VariAudio is based upon the standard solo algorithm. So, so if you're doing VariAudio work, you want to use the standard solo. If you're like taking an entire piece of music and, speeding up, slowing down, or taking, or regulating tempo or changing tempo of your audio in MIDI, for the audio files, most people would tend to use the Elastic algorithms, but when we're doing vocal tuning, that's going to be tied as part of the detection and movement of all of the VariAudio algorithms are going to be tied directly to the standard solo algorithm. It will switch as VariAudio is engaged. Wonderful to see Jazz Dude, Matt Elston. We have Rick France checking in from the Pacific Northwest. We have Tim Weinheimer checking in from Mission Viejo, California. Sable Winters in the Bay Area. We have Recyclop from Finland. Sable Winters is like number 19. We see Jan from Stockholm. All right, we have Benny from Sweden as well. All right, we have Manuel here from Santa Barbara, California. He's running Cubase 14 on Windows 11. Steve Bellestein asked, Artist 12 Mac recording acoustic guitar with external mic sounds like the pick is hammering the strings like a bang. So generally, Cubase is going to capture what is coming into the audio interface. So when you say the pick is hammering the strings like a bang, I would probably, what would resolve that, and it could just be like your mic positioning. So, a lot of people would aim to record right around the 12th fret is a good place where people will place a microphone, not necessarily over the sound hole or where the neck joins the guitar, and maybe pull it back a little bit. But if you're using like an external mic, I would experiment with mic placement. But Cubase is capturing, Cubase is going to be capturing what the microphone and audio interface are. Your Cubase is going to record what the microphone and audio interface and its converters are sending it. So, but probably when I hear that, I would experiment with mic position, maybe move a little bit farther away. If you're getting kind of hammering the strings, it could be like a proximity effect where, the closer you are, then you get, more lows. Like, if I was to move my mouth really close to the microphone or move it farther away, we could, so it could be proximity effect on the microphone. Maybe also, I know some people will position the microphone underneath the guitar a little bit, so it's not, that it could pick up the higher strings, maybe a little more as opposed to the low strings. But I think experimenting with mic placement would probably help with your acoustic guitar recording, Steve. Okay. All right, we see Gary White checking in from the UK. We have Balsa from Montenegro. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see John Barry just says, hi Greg, I got the input transformer set up okay and added channel 10 so my pads shift and the keys stay the same. Cheers. Thanks for letting me know. Glad that's working out for you. All right, Ezra asks, tell us more about record format and project frame rate. Okay, so record format, when we look at this, we could do this from the project setup. So if we go to your project menu, go to project setup, or you could hit shift plus the letter S, that will get us there. So we'll see our record format. So when we actually want to, we'll see our, so this could depend. So, if you want to record, most people would record at 24-bit. You could also record at 32-bit floating point, which I think has some advantages. If you have 24-bit converter, like Steinberg it was like the first company to release audio interfaces with 32-bit integer capture. So we could have 32-bit record if your audio interface, so if you have like a URC or an AXR4 audio interface, those can be set up to be recorded and captured at 32-bit integer, or we could also do that as 64-bit floating point. I would suggest if you have a 24-bit converter, record at 32-bit floating point, and we could choose your sample rate. So lots of people use 44.1, lots of people use 48K. We could go up to 192K. That may be overkill depending on your materials. If you're doing maybe like a crystal clean Americana recording with lots of acoustic guitars and violins, something like where subtlety is really important, you may benefit from 96K or 192K. If you're doing like a hip-hop type of project or grunge metal, you may not notice a huge difference in the higher sample rates. So that would be what I would choose. And I would record format. I would choose like a WAV file or broadcast WAV file. Those would be the most common. As far as frame rates relate to video. So if we were to import a video file, and we could think of a video is going to be basically broken down into like frames per second. So we look at a video. Let me just import one here quickly. All right, so when we import a video, there's basically 25 frames, like in this video, how many frames per second. So we can think of this video as being 25 still pictures per second that make up the video. So different countries will have different video frame rates. If you're doing high definition, or if you're doing black and white, those are generally 24 frames. If you're doing if you're doing kind of standard like broadcast quality, that's generally 30 frames. If you're in Europe, they use 25 frames per second. America, it's almost like an Illuminati of different frame rates. And then you have drop frame rates. So the frame rate doesn't really have an impact until you're working with video, and what you want to do is to match the video frame rate, match the project to the video frame rate. So right now, because I'm in the US, it will default to 30 frames per second. I think if you're in Europe, it will default to 25 frames per second. But like this video was done in Europe, so when I say get the frame rate from the video, it's 25 frames per second. And now when we look at our, let's say if we move, we set our master time here to be in frames. I could now move my audio event, and we could choose to nudge it over by 1 frame at a time. So just like we have a sample rate that captures 44,100 or 48,000 audio samples per second, video is capturing at a much coarser resolution, not as fine as audio, of 24, 25 through 30 frames a second. So that's what the frame rate allows you to manage. So you want to basically match the frame rate in the project to the video so that when you do edits, that they're running at the same resolution. All right, so Balsa asks, hi Greg, what does it mean when we delete a note in VariAudio? So let's take a look. So let's say if I'm here, I'm in VariAudio. So, I think that as we work, so let's say if I select this particular segment, we may delete the note, but what we've done is we've deleted the segment, so that will still play. So let's say we'll just listen to it just to make sure. And I'll just come over here, take off for. Na, 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 na. So while we deleted we didn't actually delete the note because VariAudio, we're just kind of dealing with our, we'll call these segments, note segmentation. So as we come over here, we just deleted that segmentation so that we could alter or change the pitch accordingly. But we delete the segment, but the underlying audio is still there. Now, if we wanted to choose, let's say if we go to like ranges here, so instead of VariAudio, I'm going to close this, and now we come over and I could just choose to, proceed to delete the notes, where we could now just come over here and delete the note. But VariAudio, we don't necessarily delete the note. When we delete a segment, we're just deleting that representation of that. So when we're in VariAudio and we delete the segment, the note will still be there and will still sound. But when we go into the other sample editing, that's when we can delete the actual notes or do it on the project window itself. So if I wanted to come here, I could select that particular note and delete and just hit the backspace, and that particular note is now erased. So VariAudio is going to work on the existing material that's there, but not necessarily, it's not the tool for deleting particular notes. All right, so we have Louis Che from Chicago who asks, hello, Greg. When I add an effects track in the mix window, it always goes to the end of my tracks. Then when I try to drag it where I want it to, it does not move. The zones are okay. All right, so this is something that was added in 14. So let's say I add an effects channel track. All right, now there is a setting when we add an effects channel track that we could create it inside the folder, which would place it into like an effects folder. Or we could create it outside the folder. So if I create it inside the folder and I add the track, it's going to put it into an effects folder. And this would generally be located in the mix console all the way to the very right-hand side because it's at the bottom of our project. Now in 14, this isn't available in 13. We can now move this to wherever we want. So if I wanted this after this roads part, I can just simply pick up and drag. Earlier versions, what you would have to do is to basically take the track and move the effects track up. Now, if we want our effects track to show up directly below the selected track, what we would do is as we go to add a track, add an effect track. I'm going to say we'll add an effects track. We'll see this folder setup. We just want to say create outside a folder. So this won't go into our effects or to our group folder. And this is very similar when we work with groups. So when I say create outside folder, it's going to add it below the selected track. And now we'll see that automatically reflected in the mix console window as well. But in 14, we could just pick up, select that particular track and move it as we see fit. In 13, we would have to simply move this particular track manually on the main project window, and that order would be reflected in the mix console. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Louis. Yeah, I see that you're running Cubase 14 in the next comment. All right, we see Tim K from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven and other pets that are nearby learning about Steinberg products. All right, Roland Stuff says, hi Greg, Roland here checking in from Sussex, coast in the UK. I hope you and all are well. Thanks for joining us today. Always great to see you. All right, M. Solely just says, regarding the MIDI PPQ setting, what is the downside of keeping this at the highest setting of 4000 PPQ bass? So it could sometimes be, the MIDI that we see inside of Cubase is going to be always at the sample resolution. So let's say if I come over here and we just put a MIDI note in. So I put a MIDI note here, and we'll just come over here. Now we could, if we go to our preferences, I think is where we could set our MIDI resolution. So it defaults to being 120 ticks for, basically per 16th note. So this gives us a effective PPQ bass of 480. So this is kind of a familiar long-standing typical resolution of MIDI, so that we can get a sense of like when we quantize and we look at note values. So if we are looking at our MIDI note value here, I could see that we are at our note is, let's say, at measure 2 beat 3, and then we have 16th note 1. So we're at measure 2 beat 3. So if I moved it over a 16th note, or let's say if I just come over here, I'll snap and make sure that our snap is enabled. So when we move this, we can get a pretty good sense of how our events will align. So we can see that now we're at measure 2 beat 3 beat 4, and then we have our 16th note division. So we have 120 divisions within that 16th note. But if we switch our master time format, let's say, so right now we're at bars and beats. So when we kind of zoom here, we see this represented in bars and beats. But if I right click and say, let's go down to the sample level, we can say this starts at sample 184,879. So if I wanted this MIDI note to go to, instead of 79, to sample level 80, 81, 82, we could move the MIDI at this sample resolution. So I think that the familiarity of having a musical context tied to a long-standing MIDI resolution of 480 ppq is easier for people to understand. Like when we look at our elements in bars and beats, that we could see these different elements. But just like we were talking earlier about the frame rate, if I wanted to move this to a particular frame rate, so let's say, okay, we're at 4 seconds and I want it to be 7 frames instead. So we could move that to frame rates. If we're at if our timeline is set to samples, we can move it at at sample resolution. So there's no real benefit, other than visually understanding what we're doing at 4,000 ppq versus 120, because the finest resolution that we could have is at the sample level, and that's up to 192 thousandth of a second. So we can move all the MIDI at the sample level, so that's the highest resolution. But when we look at other time formats, we can move based on these kind of relevant time positions depending upon our time format. So there's no benefits in flexibility or timing that's associated with having 120 versus 4,000 in the PPQ settings for 16th notes, because everything is at the sample resolution. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see Steve Beilstein just says, thank you so much. I'll try that newbie here. So we're glad that you're here, and ask as many, there's no question that is, if you have any questions, I'll never hesitate to ask, even if it's the simplest question in the world. All right. All right, so we see Content Scientist says, question, how do we get the chord pads to match the chord track? Okay, so let's say if we come over here, I have a chord track. Okay, so we have our chord pads here. So I think that we can, so I'm going to turn this on. All right, and let me just, but we could just simply extract, I'm just having brain cramp, but we can just extract the chords from the chord track. Let me just, yeah, there is a way to do it. Let me just see if I could. That wasn't. Yeah, there is a way. I'm just trying to. All right, hang on just 1 second. All right. Just. All right, I'll just look up and help real quick. Just trying to find where it says. Sorry for my brain cramp here. All right, let me just try from a new project here real quick. Okay, so let me just add some chords here. Okay. Okay, right here. I'm sorry. There's that. So we see our chords. So we'll say B minor. Sorry for my brain cramp. So we come right over here and we'll see a sign from chord track. So we see our chords here. Assign that. We'll overwrite. So you can just do that. Sorry for my brain cramp on that. So if we're back into this, I have these chords. activate this project. So it's this icon right here. And we could assign from the chord track, and now that's automatically propagated. So just this little icon, sorry about that. All right, so Balsa asks, hi Greg, is it possible to have hidden visibility effects and group tracks to show in the lower zone mixer? It seems if they are hidden in a project window, they won't show in the lower zone mixer. So the project window and the lower zone mixer are always going to be intrinsically tied to each other. So if there is tracks that are hidden here, so let's say, okay, we see our Rhodes track, so this is automatically going to be hidden in the lower zone mixer, so these would always be intrinsically linked. If we're going to like the full screen mixer where we do like an F3 command and we see like full screen mixer, we could choose to not sync the visibility. So here we could choose to sync the project in mix console, and the visibility would be synced, so or not, depending on if this is checked. But the lower zone mixer is always going to be in sync with the project window settings so that they are. But you could come over here and just, if you wanted to say, I only want to see audio tracks, we could filter out different track types, but not the visibility settings. Those will always be in sync between the project and the lower zone mix console. But it doesn't have to be if you go to a full screen mixer. All right, wonderful to see Pertti Komenen, checked in from Finland. All right, and content scientist just saying greetings from Duluth, Georgia. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. All right, Arnold's Canal asks, hi Greg, thanks for your explanations. Question is about reinstalling a new computer. I'm using Windows, I have 2 SSDs. Can I install libraries of the VST instruments on a dedicated hard disk? So certainly, yeah. And the easy way to do this, if you have them all, like when you go to install, we could do that, but you could also just go to the Steinberg library manager. And if you have so let's say we have lots of content here, we could just click here into this particular file. And then, so let's say you want to select all your libraries, come over here and click move and choose the new location, like on your dedicated SSD. And then all of the content will be moved and remain linked. So in the Steinberg library manager, we could just come over here. Now, as you do your Steinberg download assistant, so if you don't want it to ever be on your, let's say your system drive, you could go to your Steinberg download assistant. We'll just get this launched. Installing a new activation manager. And then here we could choose, if you go to the settings, you could choose the default download location. All right, so when you go to your settings here, you could choose your default download directory, so that if you want everything to go to your dedicated SSD without it touching your system drive, you could just download it to the SSD, and then you could install or just activate the content right from there. So, but once you see the content, you could just double click on it. It will open up the Steinberg library manager, and it will take all the files that are in the same location and automatically link them. But if you have it on your drive, you could just select all of your content here and then click on move and choose your dedicated SSD drive location. All right, great to see Dallas LaRue from Las Vegas. Thanks for joining us this morning. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin and his dog Stella. Everyone give a big woof to Stella, his dog. He's out and about on mobile picking up lunch and on the way to the desk. Michael Pierce just says, an Illuminati of frame rates. What a phrase to come in on. Evening all. Hope everyone is safe, well, and has had a great week dipping in and out this evening. So, yeah, you know, I've been with a lot of, like, you know, people at SMPTE and AES, and, you know, you ask them questions about frame rates and stuff like that. So it's always interesting. That's where I got the term Illuminati of frame rates. So I think it came from a SMPTE meeting. All right, Balsa asks, hi Greg, in Groove Agent, is it possible to select all pads and change their pitch or change their speed altogether? Let's give it a try. So let's just add a quick instrument track. We'll add a Groove Agent SE. I'm going to just drag like multiple samples over. All right, so I'll go to my favorites folder. Let's say we got some drum one shots. So all these snares will be same pitch. And let me get my computer keyboard to wake up for this computer. Okay. All right, so I'm going to drag these across multiple pads. Let's select these pads and see if we change pitch. So right now, all right, so I'm going to select all these pads here. Let's see if we could change pitch across. Yep, so if they're all selected, we could come over here and like change the pitch or multiple settings. So let's come over here, select all the pads. I want the pitch to be low. So these are basically the same sample, different velocity levels. So you could do that quite easily. So, and then if you want to change the speed, I think that if we come over to sample, that we could put it into audio warp on off. So let's say if we put this into solo, we'll say sync. So let me just drop a, so, and then all those pads will be synced. So let me just see if I could drop a quick loop so that we could judge the speed. So drag the same loop to multiple pads here. So, all right, so let's see if we select all of these, and let's see if we go to sample and put audio warp on. We'll say music, sync to tempo. So let's see. So we can see that the audio warp is automatically carried over for all of the different pads as well. So you could change. So if I change the tempo now from 100 to, let's say, 120, you have that automatically synced to your project tempo. So let's say I move it up faster. So all those settings. So the trick is just to select the multiple pads first and then make the pitch or make the audio warp changes directly there. All right, Ezra just asks, we see Uno Momento sending Mark Rabin a big hello, and a big woof to Stella. All right, Ezra asks your favorite effects chain for vocals and instruments and how to apply them correctly. So I try not to always use like the same processes for songs. I try, my thoughts are that each song should be approached in a unique way. So sometimes, taking other people's like effects chains, I look at people's effects chains and, they may have like 15 different plugins on a vocal, and they don't realize that their delay is going into the reverb, into a flanger, into another reverb, into a compressor, into an EQ, to a compressor, and it's all kind of going in series. But if I was to start somewhere on vocals, I would probably do like, the vocal chain. And this gives you a tremendous amount of plugins. So let's say, okay, I just want to come over here. I want like a rock vocal. I could now come over here and this would have like noise gate settings, like low cut filters, de-essers, dynamic filters. So I would maybe start here, and this is one plugin that could have up to like, I think 16 or 17 different processes on it. And that would be kind of a great place to start. But, try to approach, it's really easy. Like if something worked in one session, to think that it's going to work in all sessions. I see engineers fail at, this is the magic EQ for the bass. But when people apply EQ, it really depends on the source material, because let's say you're doing a song in the key of B versus the key of E. Those are going to accentuate different frequencies. So the frequencies that you're boosting in one key may not be as relevant. The frequencies that you would EQ a song that's in the key of B would probably be very different than the frequencies that you would use for a song in the key of E. So sometimes, it's easy to say, okay, I just want like this worked in this song and it worked so great, and it's something similar. You put it in and it doesn't work. So try to approach every song uniquely, and then you could save presets, but especially with like EQ, make sure that those are kind of, and one of the great things that you have in Cubase, for those that aren't familiar with it, if we come over here and say, okay, I want to boost this particular EQ here. So we see kind of the frequency that, we could adjust our frequency here. But if we want it to just come over, and I'll show this as sliders, you could actually just say, okay, we're in the key of B, so I want this to be B3. And then you could actually just type in the note name, and that will go to, so you could actually EQ based upon the musical context, which I think is so much more powerful and relevant for your mix. But if you had to start somewhere with like a vocal, with like chains, use the vocal chain. And I think that is a great place to start if you want to kind of learn the process and how to process different tracks. Wonderful to see Ace Amadeus back. Says, hope you're doing well. Do we have rock guitar chugs in Hallian and picking articulations? So let's take a look. So I'm not sure if it's Hallian or Hallian Sonic, but if we come over, if you use like artifact guitar, you could do, that's a new instrument. You could use some of those different elements. So let's say we'll come over here to Hallian 7. So just on some of the, I'll just say like rock. So let me just look through a couple. Let's say we'll go through. So let's just jump back, say, okay, we want this to be we'll say guitar. So you could do some stuff like that, and let me see. I'm not sure if I got a license. Let me just see if I have. But there's also a kind of a new instrument called Artifact Guitar that you could check out. I don't have a license for it on my Mac, and I'm getting my computer switched out the next week, so I may not have installed it yet. But check out Artifact Guitar. I think it's still on an introductory offer, and that's a wonderful add-on sale for doing kind of chunky rock guitar stuff. I'll see if I can have it for Tuesday's live stream. All right, we have Askar Azadov from Uzbekistan. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the live stream. All right, John Costigan checking in from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have Nick from Essex in the UK. Thanks for joining us. Hope your son is doing well. All right, Dallas LaRue just says, when I remove a track, it doesn't delete the fader for that track. Okay, so let's give it a test. I think it does, but maybe not the event. So let's come over. Let me just add a number of audio tracks. Okay, so say we go to audio 4. Okay, so we look at it. We can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to remove this track. And we see it goes from audio 3 to 5. If we have like samples on it, so let's say if I come over here and I have samples all on one track, that if I delete all of my samples here, so this is on track 7, which is selected, that when I delete the content, the track is still there. And when I delete the track, so let's say I remove selected tracks, then we see that it goes from 6 to 8, just like we see here that this is going to be in sync. So let me know if I'm doing anything differently than you are, Dallas, but it seems like it's working as I would expect. All right, Ezra says, how can we accurately detect the tempo of audio, especially if the beginning of the audio doesn't align with the first bar count? Okay, so I will just import a quick audio file here. So say if we have like maybe a pickup note or something like that. So all right, so say we'll put this, I think this song has a pickup note. All right, so as we're here, let's say we listen to this. Let me let you know what I'm about and what is it, what is. So I'm going to select this Now, when you do the tempo detection, it generally does it by beat. So I will come over to my project menu. Let's do a quick tempo detection, analyze. All right, and we see that since it's doing by the beat, it breaks it down into our time signature of 1/4. So if that's before the downbeat, I'll close this. What I would want to do is just go to my signature tool and just say, let's just drop in 4/4. So we're going to define where our downbeat is. Let me let you know what I'm about and what is in, what is outside in the code. I walk alone to my own beat, and when we meet, let me tell you lies about me. So it could be more critical of where you define the downbeat in the signature track after doing a tempo detection. We don't assume all music's in 4/4. People write in 6/4, 7/4, 3/4, 2/4. So this is why when we manually determine the beat, we just place as 1/4, and you kind of define where the downbeat is using the signature track. All right, Rebel asks how to add a sample in Groove Agent where each pad plays a different part of the sample. Okay, so if let's add a Groove Agent here. Okay, so we'll come right over here. So I will put a drum loop. Okay, so I'll just... All right, now I'll just change this to something more reasonable. All right, so let's say I'm going to just take... All right, so we'll take this particular drum loop. I'm going to drag it over. So now we have... All right, so what we can do now is we're going to select that, and we'll see a slice menu. And then we could kind of edit slices, but I'm going to say create slices. And once we've done that, now these different parts of the sample are isolated to the particular. So once you slice the sample, you could then at that point, it creates a pattern for you that we could drag to an instrument or MIDI track, and then we could come over here to the instrument itself and trigger just the individual elements of the file. So if you wanted to come over and get rid of a slice, you could, edit slices as well. But once you have the slice, select the pad, go to slice, create slices, and then you could play the different parts individually from individual pads. Okay, Plastic People Records asks, Greg, in Sound Browser, I managed to get the individual WAV files to show menu Sound Browser, and as a workaround, added this folder as a favorite so I can preview on the right panel browser, but it's probably continued. But if I try just using the right browser to get to the audio files, it stops at a folder and won't let me open a folder to see the individual files. So let's say if I wanted to jump, let's say I'm in my browser here. So let's come over and say, okay, I want to go through subfolders. I'm going to go to my file browser. So let's say I want to go to this computer. Let's go to documents. So let's say I want to go to projects. And now let's say, okay, I want to come over to, let's say AXR demo. So now I could just come over here and
the next generation audio interface with.
So here we could audition through all of the subfolders as we're doing here. So, you know, it seems like that's working fine as expected, but but let me know if I did something differently than you did. All right, Louis Che says, in his follow-up, it says, Greg, I'm running Cubase 14, but when I drag the effects track, it goes back to the end like a magnet. Is the project window in sync with the mixer or independent? So if you're in the lower zone, it's going to be in sync. But generally it's going to be in sync. It could be independent if we don't have this sync. If you're doing so the lower zone is always going to be in sync, as we mentioned earlier in the stream. But so let's say, you know, if I come here, let's add an effects track. So let's see if we lock the effects track. So I'm going to add an effects track. We'll put, let's say, a delay. I'm going to put it inside the folder so it goes to the bottom. And let's say if this is locked, if this would allow us to move it. Yeah, it still allows us to move it. So, but yeah, so mine's still freely moving as expected. So let me know if I'm doing anything differently than you are, Louis. All right, Plastic People Records also asks, can you go over import a song and running a beat detection? I'm just surprised that the tempo detect shows a fluctuating tempo on all I import. Is this normal? Seems like a mainstream song. So yeah, it's perfectly normal for songs to have fluctuations in tempo. So, you know, just like I'll do another example here. So let's say so we see that our fluctuation in tempo. So, you know, if we listen to this, you know, and we didn't see the tempo, and sometimes we were like, oh, it's a drum machine, so it should be steady. And when people put grooves on a drum machine, you know, those are different, slightly different tempos. That's what can make a groove on that. So if we were to listen, you know, again to this song, and I'll just, sorry about that, just turn it down to kill. Like, if we didn't see the tempo, you would say, okay, this is pretty steady. Doesn't feel like it's speeding up or slowing down, but when we look at the tempo, then we listen to it, you could just see that, you know, real songs have tempo changes, and, you know, and probably a lot of songs for maybe the last 20 years or so where people changed the songs to make it not have tempo changes because it made their editing easier, as the engineer, you know, probably did a disservice to the music. So I think instead of having the musicians follow the computer's metronome, that the computer should be able to follow the musicians as well, so that you could do it either way. But it's very common to have, you know, commercially released stuff that has tempo fluctuations. Very common. All right, Recyclop asks, question, I made a pattern event from the editor and I wanted to trim the first part of it by dragging the bottom left corner, but start point, keep following, unlike audio event. All right, so let's give it a try. So we'll come down here. Let's make quick pattern. So I'll make a drum track. And as we do this, we'll make a pattern. I will just come over here, load up a kit. We'll go to our pattern editor. I'll randomly make a pattern. We will drag this pattern out to our drum kit. Okay. So let's say now I'm going to set my grid here, make sure it's not to bar. I'm going to set it to beat and see if now we can modify. So it could be the snap value. So if you set this to bar, maybe it's not going to modify as you would expect. But if this is set to beat, that we could just come over here and adjust, or if snap is off, by hitting the letter J or hitting this icon up here. So if snap is off, I could freely place this wherever I want. So yeah, so that seems to be working. If all else fails, we could just kind of click right here in the number and convert that pattern to MIDI, and we can see that we'll have kind of the same exact functionality here. So if we turn on snap and we have it set to beat, that we can now just have that automatically snap to the beat. All right, wonderful to see Kerwin Young on from Atlanta, Georgia. All right, Troka says, hey, Greg, hey, guys. Great to see you on. All right, Content Scientist says, thanks in advance. The live streams are the bestest best. Thank you for the kind words. I'll copy that for my monthly report. All right. All right, Balsa asks, hi Greg, can you talk about the options in part editing mode and what they mean in the MIDI editor window? All right, so let me open up project where we could show this. Okay, so let's say if I'm here, all right, I just select a couple of different events here. Okay, so now we can kind of see our different tracks laid out for us here. So let's come over to, let's say, the part editing mode, which I think is going to be here. All right, so let's say we have this kind of set up. We'll look at, all right, so let's say we go to our English horn here. So here we could choose to, like, whatever we want. So we could see all of the events. And now I could just have the English horn highlighted here. And if we have these colorized, I'm going to just change my color options here based on the part. All right, so now we could see my English horn here. And this English horn, we could see that's going to come in and out of different parts. So if we say, so if we have all parts, now when I select a different event here, so let's say if we're in our upper window, let me just, we could just come over here and make these different parts active, like so. When we come over here, we can say the active part. So, and I think that this relates to here. So let's say if we go to our cello, that we could see, or let's go to, let's say violin 1. So we have this selected. Now we could see all of our violin 1s kind of automatically. Let me just see if we could show something with multiple. So let's say now if we have the English horn selected, since we have multiple events of that, we could see that, as we click over here, that this would automatically show. And sometimes you may see like a little square here, and this would automatically allow you to immediately go between different events if they haven't been saved. And we come over here, we can say, okay, I want to just work with all the parts on a selected track. So as we come over here, we could just say if we had multiple events here, that as soon as we click, that could automatically, as the track is playing, and let's say if we come over here and we play along, that this part will automatically become active. So like as we're playing, so those are some of the differences between, we can do all parts where it's kind of selected, or the active part, or all parts within the same track. All right, wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Thanks for joining us. I believe the virtual ice cream distribution will begin. Yes. Jazz Dude is the first recipient of 1 gallon of blackberry ice cream. So we see from Siyash Mishra, hey, can anyone from the chat help me with a simple problem? When I record a MIDI CC automation, the resolution after I end the recording is really less. I know how to increase it for the track automation. So what happens when we do like just a typical CC automation? So let me just come over here and say, okay, I want to write in main volume here for this event. Okay. So let me just arm this track for record. Okay, so let me just see what MIDI input is. Okay, so say okay, let me just merge the events here. Okay, so, really, so there is some reduction of data because, like going from, let's say, this point, I'll just raise these up here so we can see it a little better, because what would happen a lot of times, it would kind of clog the MIDI data stream if we're going from point here to point here. If we're really kind of going between, kind of coalescing between 2 points and it's pretty linear, it will kind of, filter out some of the unnecessary MIDI data because it's kind of calculating between the 2 points over time. So if you needed to add more points, you could just kind of click here. Most people complained that the CC data was too erratic and could take up too much of their MIDI bandwidth. So that's why we see that this has been kind of, the MIDI CC data is kind of truncated to where only necessary. So, but if you needed to do like a finer resolution, you could just simply add the point, but it's going to do the MIDI CC reduction so that it doesn't mess up your MIDI parts, especially working with external instruments. All right, so Recyclop asks, question, I have double take guitars panned hard right and left on guitar bus. How to pan the low frequencies to center and keep highs wide. Okay, so let's come over. Okay, so I'll take this example. So let's say we're going to take our two guitars, which are panned accordingly. And so we see our two guitars. All right, so now if I send these to a guitar group, okay, so we want to send the lows, pan the low frequencies to the center and keep the highs. Okay, so what we can do now is we're going to send it to a group track. On this group track, and we'll call this our guitar group. We're going to open this up, and we want to come over. We're going to use the frequency EQ plugin. So as we come over here, and then we're going to take a band, let's say band 2. Instead of it being in stereo, we have choice of being mid-side. So we can say, okay, so we just kind of click to the right. If we click to the left, we have independent left and right. But if we come over here to mid side, so we can say, okay, the mid part, I want the bass to be accentuated in the low end, but the sides, I want the high frequencies. So I could take this same EQ band, band 2, and I could just come over here and we'll say, okay, the sides, I wanted it to be, let's say, more of a shelf EQ, and this I wanted the, when we come over here to the mid, we could say I want this to be like maybe a tighter EQ. So I could say, okay, and if we want to put this in linear phase mode as well. So let's say I want to adjust, so as I come over here, so we can take kind of the low end of the guitars. And I wanted to now adjust the sides of the high frequencies. So now we're only going to be panning, affecting kind of the left and right sides. Or if I wanted to cut those. So we'll turn this on. So now we can boost the bass in the middle part. And the high frequencies on the left and right edges. And then when you click on the speaker, we could audition and hear exactly what frequencies we're affecting. And as soon as we let go of the mouse, so again, use the frequency EQ, pick a band, click on the arrow here to go to mid-side, and then you could adjust the EQ in the middle part of the panning spectrum or the left and right sides of the panning spectrum. All right, so we see question, when using zoom to locators for the complete song, is there a way to keep the whole song in view instead of it scrolling after playing back half the song? So, if you have a project here, so let's say we look at this particular project, or, so let's say we have this, and I want to see the full project. What you could do is just come over here. If you go to your zoom and choose zoom full, then you could see kind of the whole project within your space that you have allocated for the project. So again, come over here. Let's say we'll make this our active window. Just go to edit, zoom full, and then you could see kind of the contents of the entire project. So let me know if that's helpful for you. And that's from Da76Wa. All right. All right, Plastic People Records says, questioning if I'm creating songs with one tempo, but most are produced with fluctuating tempos. Am I doing something wrong? Is there a step I'm missing to apply straight tempo over whole show? So you can apply, so generally when it's real musicians and you have a real drummer and a real bass player, a real rhythm section, they're going to fluctuate in tempo. If you're starting off and you're composing and you're programming the drums, or using a drum machine, you programmed a beat in the Steinberg drum machine or Groove Agent, and you've sequenced it, then it's going to be a steady tempo. So neither is right, neither is wrong. It's just whatever is best for the song. So, obviously people have had huge hit records either way, but it's, if other tracks are, no one's not going to buy a record because the tempo is fluctuating by 3 or 4 beats per minute. Or no, and people tend not to, and it could be genre specific. Like, if you're doing kind of a hip hop thing, you may not see lots of accelerandos and rubatos. A lot of music is going to be kind of a steady tempo, and the question you have to ask is it a steady tempo because of the machinery used to create that music works at a steady tempo only? So it's perfectly fine to have music that fluctuates tempos. And it's generally, if you record like a real drummer, that real drummer will fluctuate in time. So in the early days, if we go back like 40 years, everyone wanted drummers to play like drum machines because that was perfect, and artists, Steely Dan was good at this, would, ride the musicians so hard to play like a machine. And now what you have is machines trying to play like humans. So the pendulum always swings both ways. So both are right, both are wrong, but it doesn't really matter. I think as long as a song is great, a great song will always be a great song. All right. Okay, so we see Michael Teams with this ice cream distribution. And Uno Momento has done a counter offer with Marsalka a pint of Marsalka, which I assume is a Finnish beer. All right, Rishab Saxena. I want to add bypass automation on 3 plugins together on a single track. Can I do that? All right. So I'm not sure if you want to, let's say, bypass all, if there's, let's say if it's inserts. Let me just reread. Okay, so let's say they're insert automation. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's say I'll take the bass part and let's do some insert automation here. So we'll come over to distortion. So we'll go to the VST bass amp. We'll open that. Let's go to let's do modulation. And let's do a delay, because every bass needs a delay, I think. Just kidding. All right, so let's come over here to a mono delay. All right, so play this back. All right, so I'm going to automate these plugins on the track. All right, so now when we go to look at our automation of our bass part, we'll just pop over here and we'll show used automation. All right, so we can see all of this automation that we've done on a particular track. So let's see if we could bypass it maybe in a project logical editor. But if we come over, we could say, you know, if you want to do it for globally, what we could do is say, okay, let's say we want to show used. All right, so we'll click on show used. So let's see if we go to our project logical editor. And we'll say, okay. I was just thinking of a way of doing it in a macro. So let's say our media type is, our container type is equal to a track. Okay. And let's say this track is selected. So I'll go to property, set to track is selected. And let's see if we go to so if we wanted to come over and let's say we have all of these tracks playing, so it'll come over. So I can bypass all of the inserts. And we could toggle that. So, but if you still wanted to, all right, so we could bypass the inserts using the project logical editor, but I think that we could, in 14, that we could come over and do some other so I'm going to, let's say we go to our key commands. I'm going to build a macro to bypass the automation. So we'll do a new macro. All right, so we have 3 inserts. All right, so I want to open all right, so we'll come over here, we'll open insert 1, insert 2, insert 3. And let's say suspend reading inserts. Okay, so let's add that command. Or I guess you could probably even just do that without opening. So let's see if we could just do that particular command. All right, so let's say if we just come here. All right, I'm going to turn all this on. So if we just, and we could probably even do this simpler. So let's see if we just come over here. So if we want to do that on the selected track, we could do that, but you could also globally just do it. So if you want, this would probably do it globally if we go to our automation panel. So let's say we suspend reading on inserts. So we could do that globally for all inserts in the project. So you can suspend reading on inserts. And if we want it to, let's come over and say if it's just for the selected track only. We'll go down this path. So we'll say, okay, let's open. So we'll say 1. So basically we'll open up and let's see if we could so now if we open up our inserts here, let's say these are all going on. That now if we run, so if I run this macro, I could open up, let's see if we, okay, so we'll just come here. So you could also just, there is a just read automation for selected tracks. So let's say, so we could use that command. So yeah, so you could just use that command, read automation, to select the tracks, or you could open up the inserts and just choose to read, suspend reading your inserts, and then that would take care of it for you all in one, or, just coming over, and once you have the inserts open, just, click, so you could open them up and just click off the read right there if you wanted to. Sorry, it took me a while to get there. All right, Balsa asks, question, any tips on having the same volume level in all the VST instrument tracks when creating a template? Is pre-gain a way to go to make sure that no matter what instrument I select, gain staging will be okay? For the most part, a lot of the instruments will, open up with a normal volume level. One of the things that could be so some instruments obviously will be louder than others. If you have an instrument that's going to be kind of, let's say, I just show it here, some instruments may run into the fact that as we start a particular instrument, depending on its library, so, if you're doing like string sounds, one of the things that, the dynamics may be set. So let's say if I come over here to this cello patch and we have this, we'll just open up the instrument here and let's say we have it on a sustain. That you may not, so you may have to set the dynamics will be controlled by the modulation wheel. So if you're doing like a lot of string libraries where you're kind of mimicking like how strings would crescendo and decrescendo, and you want it to start off, what a lot of people do is if you go to the MIDI inserts, you could actually just go to a plugin called the MIDI control, and here you could set like your modulation or whatever MIDI CC is controlling that to a defined area. But so a lot of instruments may not utilize pre-gain as much, but when they respond to dynamics from a MIDI CC, probably setting that to like, a decent level, because sometimes a lot of people will get this and say, oh, it's like really, really soft, I can't hear it. And you may have to just come over and choose to say, okay, I need to, when we do the legato or the sustain, that we need to, so you may start off at this level and it's like, oh, this library is terrible, but you need to use like an expression or the modulation wheel to alter and change the dynamics, kind of like how you would by blowing more air into the instrument or digging into the bow and bowing faster to do that. So for the most part, you don't have to. I don't think it's a huge concern if you're doing virtual instruments, but with ones that are doing a lot with orchestral samples, use the MIDI control plugin to set kind of a default level, and that should help you out with that. All right, we see Mark Rabin's having good weather in Montana. See, artist known as Love says he's looking forward to the Nuendo 14 drop. And thank you for all you do. So you're welcome. All right, we have DL White checking in from Fort Worth. Thanks for joining us from Texas. All right, Troca asks, in Cubase 14 Pro, I can only see the media bay maximized. It bugs if mid-size, which would be useful if not. And two, I tried asking Tuesday in stereo what phase you look for in meter. All right. Sorry if I missed that on Tuesday. Okay, so he says you can only see the media bay maximized. It bugs if mid-size, which would be useful if not. All right, so let's come over here. So let's say if we open up media bay, I'll just come right over here. So. All right, so I mean, you could try to maybe see if you get any differences. I'm not sure what screen resolution you're running on. So if you're running at 1378 by 768, or a smaller resolution, so I'm running at 1920 by 1080. But sometimes, if your screen is only this big, like if you have a MacBook Air, their on-screens are kind of notoriously small resolution for what you see. You may have like double or quadruple the pixel points, but the resolution isn't there. So, see what happens if, but let me know if this is kind of looking like what you're able to do with Media Bay, but mine can be freely moved around. And if you have smaller screens, you could also access the Media Bay here on the right-hand zone. So you could just quickly navigate to different loops or to different project folders, wherever you want. It can be accessed right from there. All right, so we see, and second question was, I tried asking Tuesday in stereo what phase you look for in a meter, 0.6 or 0.7-ish. So when I'm dealing with phase, so let me just open up like a project here quickly. So do this project for my friend Carlos Chafin out of Richmond, Virginia, incredibly talented individual, good friend. All right, here I'll just revert this quickly. All right, so I'm just going to open up like my Supervision here. So like when you see your phase kind of wide like this is a good indication. Let me just open up. I'll open up a stereo file so we could show this a little more. All right, so okay, and I'm just going to split this. We'll go to our project and we'll say all right, so now we have kind of our left and right tracks here. All right. So let's say we'll play this back here. And I'll just do a new instance of Supervision. So, all right, so I just want this to show phase. So I don't think of phases necessarily like so when I go to phase, let's say I look at this in my meter and I flip the phase, we'll invert the phase here. We can see it go more horizontal. So you see it kind of more horizontal. So you want it to be more kind of vertical. So you see it kind of more horizontal, that would be an indication. And you could also kind of see it, let's say if we add and one of the phase meters that I like is the multi-correlation. So you could actually see which frequencies are out of phase here. So we see that this is pretty good shape. Some frequencies which are problematic. And we flip the phase, you can see how much the frequencies are out of phase. And you can hear it kind of go from kind of weaker, canceling out frequencies to. So those are kind of the indications that I would look at. So I'm not necessarily so concerned if it's, I think you said 0.6 or 0.7-ish, you know, just kind of like those 2 meters will give you a very interesting perspective on your phase. And if you need to, if you have issues in the mix, that could be addressed. See kind words from Kerwin Young, who's an industry legend, says, I can't miss Greg Undo if I can help it. So it's very kind of you to say, Kerwin. All right. So we see Troca just says cutting notes that are dissonant to the scale of the song. Maybe that's going back to the EQ comments earlier. You see kind words from John Costigan, says, I think I've learned more from Greg than anyone. So, and John's a smart guy, so I'm sure he's learned a lot from his wife too. All right. And Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of butter pecan ice cream. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Looking forward to having it after the live stream. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. Let me just. All right, so I think I'm back in the neighborhood. All right, so we have Hamo 1974. Thanks for joining us from Finland. See, Mark Raven just saw a new Starmaster Fender guitar from Japan. Yeah, sometimes when I've been in Japan, they got different models of Fenders, and like ESP has different models in Japan, I noticed. All right, Yassian asks, will Nuendo 14 have a better vocal instrumental for stem separation for dialogue? So I think, you know, the tool that's in there now, I mean, we have Spectralayers, obviously, that comes with it. And that works, I think, pretty amazingly well. And if you have dialogue that's been recorded, like in a noisy environment, we could show that real quick. So, you know, what's in Nuendo 14 hasn't been announced and probably won't be announced until it is released. We are in the grace period for Nuendo 14. So if you currently buy now, there's a promotion going on. So if you haven't updated to 13, you could update to 13 or purchase 13 at a discount and get the grace period for Nuendo 14. But let's say if I was here, and we have an audio file that's something along the lines of this.
Allie Kramer here in Springfield Township, which is just north of the Dayton area, and then in fact we're northeast of Springfield City Center.
So now what we could do is just kind of take this.
Allie Kramer here in Springfield Township, which is just north of the Dayton area, and then in fact we're northeast of Springfield City Center. The National Weather Service confirmed a tornado did touch down here, and they have about 8 to 9 or more sites to actually survey once they get boots on the ground. But as soon as we pulled up, it is very evident.
So you have some great tools, you know, Spectralayers for kind of extracting, but if like within a musical context, but also the voice separator, especially for like post-production stuff, is pretty remarkable as well. And that's in Nuendo, and that will, I'm sure, be in Nuendo 14. All right, Michael Team says, hey, Greg, can you show us how to use lanes for comping vocals? Okay, so let's say I don't necessarily have a vocal thing, but I have a bass part, so I can show that. So be same concept. So if we've recorded multiple parts on a track, so we could have one audio file playing back at a time. So let's say if I have this. So if we look at this in lanes, I could switch between different takes here at the bottom center. So let's say I wanted something a little more rhythmically active. Or I want something simpler. So now if we want to come over here, I'll just get my track control settings and we'll open up our lanes. So just a sec, let's get to audio track. So we'll move our lane display type over so it's visible. So now when we open up lanes, I can see all of my different lanes here. So now if what we want to do is take like different parts from different recordings. So I'm going to grab the little hand tool and say, okay, I like that very beginning part, but I want it, the first note, I'm going to take it to here. I'm going to take my snap off. And what I could do is I could also just listen to different parts by holding down a control or command key and say, okay, I like this part, I like this part, I want to start here on that part, and let's end with this part. So now it's going to go down. So let's say maybe I want to take this note from this take here. So it's say maybe we'll take the end from that note. And so when I make a change here, this automatically mutes the other events and kind of promotes it up to the track. And now we could just kind of have our comp take. And once I'm kind of done with the editing, so before we would have to kind of globally cut, select an event, mute all of the other ones. Now we could just kind of select it with our comp tool and we could just come up with different ideas and take multiple recordings, do a composite edit on all those tracks. And so we close our lanes, everything will show up right here. And that's how you could do kind of a comp recording. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Michael. All right, Volker Schmoll just says, I never colored my tracks. I don't know the reason why. So, yeah, it just makes it look a little more pleasant. And sometimes, having colors, like, I know people have like particular colors for drums and vocals and guitars and keys, so that when they kind of look at a track without having to focus on it, they know kind of what type of track it is based upon the color. All right, so Mark Rabin asks, I have a question about Spectralayer's song length limits, Dark Side of the Moon project related. It's in mixing like 6 minutes at a time. I have Dark Side of the Moon as one audio file. It's working, but wonder what the max time is. So I think it's really going to be just how, like, the space on your hard drive. So it will probably take longer if you have longer audio files to do unmixing, but I don't think that there's a limit. I'd be happy to try like a 45-minute audio file to see what it does, but I think as long as you have the hard drive space for it to write the data to, that you'll be okay. But I haven't personally tried to break it yet. But I'm willing to try if you want to send me an email as a brain cramp reminder over the weekend. I'll see if I could see if I could break it in 45 minutes or so. All right. Let's see, Michael Teams just says he doesn't use the comping since he's old school and sings the song verse by verse or until I mess up, so trying something new for me. So yeah, it could be a little faster. So, but I like to kind of, even when I'm doing the hot mess stuff, I like to try to get as much in one continuous take. Not that it's the right or wrong thing to do. It's probably just how I used to have to record starting off on tape. So I understand the workflow. Okay, Spencer B says, in Groove Agent, is there a way to identify the key the melody patterns might be in, such as melodies in purples patterns? So I don't know a way to do it. You know, if we wanted to, so let's say I want to take this bass part here. All right, so one of the things that we could do, it's not in Groove Agent, but if we wanted to come over here, so let's say I want to take this part and we'll do a VariAudio. So let's say, and VariAudio has a scale assistant. So it says, okay, we have one scale. So it's here, it's saying it's an F sharp blues scale. So we can see, okay, it's in F sharp. So VariAudio can kind of give us, so this probably means I played in F sharp pentatonic, minor pentatonic scale. So here we could just say, okay, here's a F sharp blues scale. So VariAudio can kind of do an analysis of a piece of music and tell you the key. So that's for a single part. So if you want to do it for a melody, and if you wanted to do it for an entire song, we could also just come over. So let's say, all right, so let's take this particular song. And if it's like a full mix, what we could do, so Groove Agent doesn't necessarily have this, but you could do it in other tools that are included with Cubase. So let's say I want to take this particular song, and if we have a chord track, I could come over and just say, okay, let's add a chord track. Then I could drag this file to the chord track. And we can see, okay, this is in B major. So this could actually tell us the chords and the key. So you could do it for like a full mix, or for an individual, like you dragging the file to a chord track, or take within the VariAudio editor to determine the key for like a single melody if you wanted to. Okay. See Michael Pierce sneaking out for an hour. He has chemistry, probably doing tutoring, because he's a nice guy like that. I think it's great everyone's sharing what they're listening to recently. Always good to listen to different music that you weren't aware of. All right, so we see, it says, Greg, I have an audio rhythm recorded wave that was recorded at 95 beats per minute. I need to sync to the project, which is at 84 beats per minute. Can audio track's tempo be changed, manipulated? Yeah, so we'll do new projects. I'll make an audio file here quickly that's going to be like 95 beats a minute. So let's come over, change their tempo to 95. I'll make just a quick drum track so we can do this easily. Okay. All right, so it could be any file here. So I'll just record an audio file, or let's see if I could just maybe, even since it's guitar you asked about. So I think I have T guitar on. Adjust my controller here. Okay. All right, let me make sure I have my. All right, so let's say I want to do just a quick guitar recording here. Let me just put our metronome on. So. All right, let's put that in record, sorry. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and render that file. Let's say I'll record this to an audio track. So I'll add an audio track, and we'll say our input is coming from, let's say, Hallian 7. So we'll call this guitar. Okay, so now as we record, we're going to record this, capture this guitar. All right, so now that we've done this recording, we go to our pool window. We want to make sure that this audio, we will see our tempo is recorded at 95 beats a minute. So make sure that the audio recording has that tempo stamp of 95. We're going to place it into musical mode. So now what I want to do is I'm going to change the tempo from 95, let's say, to 84 beats a minute. And now that it is in musical mode, and as we play it back, and I don't put 360, I'll just come here, put the right tempo in. So we'll say 84. So now as we play, so all you'd have to do is make sure that that audio file is selected. And it's look in the pool to make sure that you have the correct tempo stamp on a file of like 95 beats a minute. If you record in at 95, it's going to be tempo stamped. And then you can place it into musical mode. And now whatever tempo you type in, that guitar will automatically, so I go to 108. Now automatically kind of follow the speed. So, and you could also, if you want to just try the guitar, come right here in the info line, place it into musical mode, change the tempo, and probably the guitar will automatically follow the tempo of the project. All right, so we see next, hi Greg, can the volume fader in the mixer flip to a send fader? So it doesn't do that, but if we, let's say if I have a number of tracks, we can do it kind of in the actual MIDI remote. So we could use a MIDI remote fader to do that. So let's say if I come here and we have this track, I'll revert this because I automated some horrible things on bass. Okay, so let's say I have an effects track for all of these instruments here. So I'm going to select this. Let's add an effect track. So I'm going to add just a reverb to this. Okay, now I want to control, let's come over here to the MIDI remote, and I want to control, let's say my MIDI remote here. So I want to take, I'm going to create a new page. So we'll just come over here. Let me just go to my mapping page, and we'll create new mapping page, and we'll say faders to sends. Okay, so I'm going to come over here And let's choose on selected track. We'll go to our send slots. Okay, so let's see if I need to go to, okay. All right, so let's say I want to go, let me see if, see if we go under Mix Console. Let's say we go to, all right, so we want to go to our setup. So we have 8 faders here. So we're going to set this up under Mix Console, and we'll say Actions. Let's say Channels, and we'll say Channel 1. So I want to come over here, and we'll say Send Slots. So I want to take Send 1. I'm going to move this fader, and I'll say Level. So I'll go to Channel 2. So let's say we'll go to Channel 2 and send levels. So we'll go to Send Slots, and we'll say 1 level. All right, then we're going to go to Channel 3. And we could bank over with this. So let's come over and say Send Slots. I'm going to move, say Channel 3, Slot 1, Level. Let's go to Channel 4. And you don't have to, what we want to do is actually just to define the setup. So let's come over here to Send Slots 1, Level. So we'll do Channel 5. And we'll do 6, 7, 8. Same method. And we could just kind of create different mapping pages for our different sends. All right, Channel 8. Okay, so all right, so now what I want to do is I'm going to hit buttons to go to next bank. So we're going to say mixer bank shift left. I'm going to assign it to this button on my nano control, and mixer bank right. I'm going to assign that. All right, so now let's say I have all of my sends. So I'm looking at my send levels here. So I move. So let's say I select this track and we go to the send. I can see that moving this fader is controlling that send. When I go to Channel 2, that's controlling, I move this fader, that's controlling Channel 2. I go to Channel 3, Channel 4, Channel 5, 6, etc. So now, and when I want to, so let's say I'm at Channel 8. I come here and we see Channel 8. So now this is when I would hit the bank button here. And now this is controlling Channel 9 send. So now I could control Channel 9, 10. So if we wanted to kind of look at our mixer, we'll go to like a full screen mixer. Sorry, wrong button. So instead of having the faders themselves, what people generally want is the actual, when we go to the mix console, so let's say we come over here, we'll open this up. Let me just hide my input channels. Okay, and now I want to open up, let's say, my send levels. So now as we're playing, I could come over here and I could adjust using my faders on my control surface. And I hit the bank button, and now I'm controlling the next bank of faders as well. So this way I could just use my control surface to control these, and basically I could flip the sends down to the faders on the control surface so that we could have access to it. So it's kind of an easy way to do it once you have that set up. So you do it once, you set it up, and then you could just simply have access to all of your sends in your control surface. All right, so we see David M. on from outside of Liverpool. Thanks for joining us. All right. So Troca says, anyone else have a certain devious pride in their color palette settings? Yeah, colors are very individual. So I remember one time I was in Nashville and I was visiting Michael Wagner, who does like a lot of hard rock stuff, did a lot of the big, huge 80s hard rock stuff. We've had him on a guest on our Zoom social meetup. And then Gary Pachosa, who does like, very much Americana stuff like Alison Krauss and Billy Strings, and both of them during their like downtime in the studio were sitting there tweaking their meter colors and being very kind of precise about it when they had a little bit of downtime. Someone's learning their part, just both tweaking the colors of their meters so it could be exactly what they want it to be. So yeah, people can be very passionate about their colors. All right, content scientist asks question, can we use the pattern editor on melodic instruments instead of drums and percussion? So yeah, so let's come over here. Let's just add a synth. So let's come over, let's add an instrument track. And we go to add an instrument track. So it's very well suited for drums, but it's not limited to that. So let's say I want to do like a retro log, and instead of it being event type MIDI part, I'm going to create a pattern event. Then when I hit add track, I could just kind of double click and create a pattern. So I will just come over. So you might have to create a quick pattern on the project window, then the pattern editor will show up. I'm going to click on plus to add additional pitches here. So we can see, okay, we'll go up an octave. Let me load up a sound here. Okay, so let's say if now we want to come over. So let's say I want to make this instead of, 16 steps. Let's go ahead and make it 32 steps. Okay, so now I want to come over and let's see if we'll solo this instrument. All right, and I'll just adjust the octave here. Okay, so let's say I want to start off with the C, and then we can make some of these. So let's say C1, C2, And then we could change kind of the rhythmic value of some of these. So let's say, okay, I want to come here. And then if you wanted to come over and adjust like probability on some of these, let's say, okay, I want this to be 30-second notes instead. So this way you could come up with like really cool bass lines or different melodic events. So while it's well suited for drums, it doesn't mean that you can't do melodic aspects and melodic creations on the pattern editor as well. Once you have that part on your project window, you could again drag it to your project. And then if we want to convert that into MIDI, or we wanted to come over here, and then while we're doing this also, I think one of the things that's cool is to just come over and say, okay, you know, let's say we're in a key of C. I want the C notes, and we could just kind of come over here. We could randomize the notes that will be here. So let's say, okay, on this B, I want to randomize pitches. So, and we could choose kind of different aspects of it as well. And I could say I want this particular my B1s to play backwards, so while the rest are playing. So if I wanted to come over here and take so all sorts of great stuff that you could do to be really creative. So yeah, you could definitely use the pattern editor for melodic instruments. All right. It's a great quote from Mark Raven. It says he watched Ornette Coleman at the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, and his brain never healed. Okay, Uno Momento wants people to whack the like button. All right, Gregory Malik asks, each week I make a folder of acapella MP3s to practice singing. Unfortunately, they have separate volumes. Can Cubase or other software make all the MP3s in a folder have the same volume? Yeah, so let's say if we were recording, so let's say if I was recording separate files, let's say I'm playing this and I want to route it to an audio track. All right, so I think we could just come over here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to add a track here, and let's say I'm just going to open up. So let's say as we record. Okay, so I'm going to take this and let's just do different recordings. All right, now let's say we pop out a record. And now I'll take this retro log, bring it down. we'll pop this out of record. So say we'll have different volume levels here. Pop it out of record. Let's say I move this up. Alright, so we'll pop this out of record. Let's move the volume down. So we're going to have inconsistent volume levels. So let's say these are our a cappella tracks. Alright, so if we want these all to be like the same volume, we can see that these are very inconsistent volume-wise. What you could do is just come over and say, okay, I want to take these tracks, go to Audio, to Processes, and we'll say Normalize. And here we could say, okay, I just want to normalize to -6 dB. So I'm going to select all those particular tracks, and we can see that now they are all very consistent volume levels. So if we undo this process, we can see that very inconsistent levels. So select the events, come over and go to Processes, choose Normalize, and then you could set your amount, and all those files will be very consistent volume-wise. All right. So let me know if that helps, Gregory. All right, Nika Bullockades asks, hello, Greg. Plugin Supervision blocks Cubase 14. What should be the default? Help me. Turns off Cubase only at average frequency. So I'm not sure if you're saying that like Supervision is causing your Cubase to block, or if Cubase isn't opening because of Supervision. So, but if you come over here, let's say if we have like this whole project going on, just turn this off for now. All right, so let's say if we have this going on. All right, so let's say if I go to my inserts here, I could open up Supervision. So let me know if your Cubase isn't happy when you open Supervision, or if it's when you're putting it on different tracks. Let's say as an insert. So let's say we'll come over here to Analyze Supervision. Or if, let's say if we come over to like our master track and we put Supervision on as an insert, but I haven't had any issues with it. Kind of, so if I want to come over here and open up lots of different metering windows. So let me know if it's blocking your Cubase from opening, or when you use it that it causes a crash. And if you could let me know that, that would be helpful information. All right, great to see Anthony Clark saying hi to everyone. All right. All right, Xander Series says, question, how do you display MIDI notes as flats instead of sharps all the time? I don't want to use a chord track, as I use cluster chords and prefer naming them my own way. What is the solution? So it kind of does rely on the chord track. So let's say I'm going to come in, we'll do a new project here. And you don't necessarily have to have the chord track, involved with other tracks. So let's say we add an instrument track. Come over here. All right, so let me just add instrument track and not have it be in a pattern. Okay, so let's say I come here and we put notes in. So let's say we put in, which we think should be a B flat, and it shows up as A sharp. If we go to, so we take these notes. So I'm just going to add a chord track. Okay, so we'll add a chord track. And I think that we could actually just come over and show scales. So let's say we want this to be in the key of E flat. Okay. So now we show scales. We'll say, and it's going to show as D sharp major. So let's say if we come here, we get E flat. Okay. So now I'm going to go to the preferences. All right, so we'll look at our notes here. All right, and we can see because I have this preference set up, and I know this could be goofy, but we'll go to our preferences, and if we go to event display, chords for pitches, we can do the enharmonics from chord track. So now we can see that where it was sharp, it's now automatically showing our flats for us. But let's see if we mute the chord track or if we take the chord track away, if it reverts. So now that so it will revert. But what you could do is just simply mute the chord track. That won't have any effect. And if you want to come over here and hide the chord track, you could do that, but you could still work with your cluster chords. But that's how it kind of works. I know it's not the most ideal solution, but that's how you can do it. But the chord track won't interact with other tracks unless you tell it to. All right, so Rolf Schild just says about the Nectar CS12 controller. It works so well with Cubase. It's great. See, Michael Teams has recommended Flying Colors with Steve Morris. Yes, Steve's a longtime Cubase guy. My old boss used to get him parts for his plane way back when. So. All right, Mike Braley asks, hi Greg, is there a way to save a group of tracks in all routing using a VST like contact example string tracks in a routing to reverb buses? I want to be able to drag into different projects. So if there isn't necessarily a way to drag, but we can save it. So let's come over, I'll just add an instrument track. We'll go to like a Halley Sonic quickly. So let's say we want to load up some sounds. Right. Okay, so let's send these to different outputs. So say output 2, output 3, output 4. Okay, so now we have these outputs here. So I want to add, let's say, we'll add some effects tracks. So let's add a revelation. Let's add a delay. Okay, and I'm going to come over here. So we'll say send 1. When we come over here, let's say this is going out to my revelation. I want slot 2 to go out to the studio delay. And we'll say slot 3 is going out to both the revelation and the studio delay. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to select all of these tracks. And then we could come over here and we'll say export selected tracks. So we'll call this, I did the wrong thing, so let me, not selected events, but let's go to export selected tracks. Okay, so we'll call this February 21st, 2025. Save it to our desktop. Okay, so I'm going to do a new project. We'll do an empty project. So it's not necessarily drag and droppable, but if we come over, we could say import a track archive. And so here's our February 21st, 2025. We will select all of our tracks and hit OK. Just do that one more time, make sure I did it right. Maybe I didn't save. Let me try saving that one more time. Yeah, I didn't save this, the Hallian Sonic here. All right. So I'm going to export to selected tracks again. We'll replace the erroneous one I made. So now we will come over to our blank project. And I may not have made it the active project, so I may have to do it one more time, but let me just try it. So import. So now we'll come here. And we look at our routing. So this is going to our revelation. This should go to the delay, and this should go to all 3. So it's not drag and droppable, but you can import the track archive and drag and kind of just import that into your project, and all the routings with the multi-out VST instrument with effects can all be loaded in together as a single entity. All right. Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. Rolf is just saying howdy from Germany. All right. Gareth is saying hello to everybody. It's not on yet, I don't think, or not at this point. I was an hour behind. All right. All right, let me just scroll back in time here. Sorry. Okay, so right, Choka says I opened a correlation and multi-correlation, not sure what to look for. In an oscilloscope, I guess you just told me, Sensei. So yeah, the oscilloscopes just kind of show amplitude. So think of it like almost like a real-time waveform. And Choka just says, "Oh, I never use phase scope." So it's a great tool to always kind of have on. All right, and we see Troca just says, but you don't allow any frequency to go negative in a final product on a multi-correlation, right? Ideally, I mean, there could be times when, maybe you have a phaser in a song and the phaser will make particular frequencies out of phase, and you're doing that as an intentional effect. In a utopian world where everything is perfect, you'd want all your frequencies to be in phase, but sometimes the source itself may be out of phase, so, or that could be clashing with something, two sources against each other, maybe causing, when they're summed together, maybe causing a phase. So you want to try to minimize it, but at least when you know what the frequencies are in the multi-correlation, that will allow you, to get an idea of what frequency ranges to look in if you're running into phase issues. All right, so Peter K asks, "Hi Greg, how do you change the colors of channel and tracks all at once?" All right, so let's come over. Let's just do new project here. All right, so I'm just going to add. So I'm going to add multiple tracks. All right, so we see that we all have colors in these tracks. We're going to record. I'm going to arm the tracks here for record. That would help. All right. So now we're going to record some different segments here quickly. Punch out. Let's punch in. And we see that we haven't colored the events, and the events, until they are colored, will assume the track colors. So if I want to change the track colors all at once, and we haven't changed this, so what I could do is select all of the tracks. We go to our color icon, and then we could just change. And then at that point, we can see that the tracks have changed. And since these parts, because we hadn't specifically defined a color for a part, will assume the track colors. Now, if I had this part and I specifically said, I want this part to be green, and now I change the color of the tracks because we've specifically placed this as we have colored this event specifically. Now I select the tracks and I change to, say, blue. That will stay green because I've specifically colored that particular track. So, and a lot of people miss out, like they may have an event selected here, let's say way down the line. So let's say we have an event here and that event is selected. It may be out of screen, and we come here and say, okay, I want these all to be yellow, and they don't change. You're like, why didn't that change? It's because the event over here was selected, and an event selection will take priority over the channel selection. So we can see that this is yellow. So if I want to take all these tracks and make them yellow with all their events, except this one, because we have specifically colorized that event, I can select the events. But if I have one event selected and I come here and say, oh, I want those all to be bluish, and it's like, oh, the tracks didn't change, it's because an event was selected. So an event selection will override the track selection if one is specifically, a color has been specifically added to that event. Otherwise, the events will assume the track colors and select those particular tracks. Come up here to your color tool and just change as you like. All right, so we see Benny says, question, I saw at one point that you had a keyboard on the right side of the MIDI track. How did you get that? Cubase 14 Pro. So I don't think so. But if you see it like in a replay or like, how did he do that? Let me know. But generally, like when we have like a keyboard in the MIDI editor, it's going to be kind of on the left-hand side as opposed to the right-hand side. But let me know, maybe if we look at this in, let me just do some 21st century composition here. All right, and if we look at this maybe in the list editor, I think it's still going to be on the left-hand side. Yeah, there's just no real key indicated. But yeah, let me know, if you want to email me afterwards, I'd be happy to kind of take a look if you find where I did it in the live stream, Benny. See, Michael Team says, thanks, Greg, my revelation of the day. Okay, so we see Mark Raymond says, you'll email to me, have fun. It's a drive challenges. Okay, I think it's with the Dark Side of the Moon unmixing. So yeah. Mark Raven just says, he always says that no one is born with Cubase knowledge. So we all learn. So okay. See, Uno Memento just saying to Mark Raven, when he got his first Cubase in 1989, his composition recording work took off to a whole new level after all that tape messing around. So. All right, so we have Cornell checking in from the Netherlands. Okay, Trokai says Greg is rocking a sweet progression, so I'm sure it was a cliche progression there. All right, reading through comments. Okay, still reading through comments here. All right, Troca just says, but how do I voluntarily run out of phase? Just flip the phase switch. So yeah, there's a couple different ways of approaching it. So sometimes, let's say, let me open up project here, some acoustic guitars so you can hear it. So say you wanted to use phase as an effect, like out of phase for an effect on a particular part. So I think if we come over here, maybe we'll take this guitar part and we'll split it. All right, so let's say we have, these two guitar parts playing. So we could even now come over with the range tool and just say, okay, I want to, if we go to audio, we could just invert the phase on the range. So let's say I want to take that range selection here. So I'm going to take one of the channels, and I'll just say, let's go to our project and invert the phase just on this one section. So that's a creative use of being out of phase, you know. And if we were to look at, let's say, our phase scope on that, so let's say we open up our phase scope, and let's look at our phase correlation underneath. The multi-correlation. So sometimes you may want to do that for a musical effect. Make it more intimate sounding. And you get an idea what in phase and out of phase sounds like, so you recognize it. So you could definitely use like inverting phase. So if you want to just select a range, if you want to do like a whole file, you can just come over and choose to invert the phase there. If we go to the pre section, we could invert your phase there as well. So a couple different approaches for that. But, you know, so you could use it for, you know, definitely create kind of like an intimate sound for a musical effect. We see Choka says he had existential crisis and tried to make Reason his DAW. I use it for ages as support before Rewire, now VST, and the experience was perfect to learn Cubase. Yeah, I remember it used to be like when I started Steinberg, the founder of Propeller Heads was used to write the manuals for Cubase. So, old friend, known him for years. All right, Anthony Clark asks, when creating a group or effects track, how to set the group or effects to go under the selected track instead of going down in a project and creating its default folder. Okay, so if I want a group to go right here, when we go to add a group or effects track, we see the folder setup. Here we just choose to create outside a folder. Once you do that, that group track is going to be added there. So if I'm here, instead of it going all the way to the bottom, I want to add an effects track to these two. What I could do is say, let's add an effects channel track to the selected. And instead of inside folder, we want to choose outside folder. And now that will be placed directly below the last selected track. So again, when you go to add it, choose outside folder in the folder setup. It's maybe not the best terminology, but now you know the trick. It'll seem easy in the future. All right, so we see Troca says, isn't 12 where we should point to in inputs? That's a great place to be at. You know, Some people like to be at -12 and after the mix be at -6 so they could send it off to mastering and they have a bit more headroom to work with. So -12 is a great point. -6 is, a good point too. I usually try to aim for -12 myself. All right. Nick is saying he didn't fall asleep at his desk again, so it must be boring him, lulling him to sleep, and not the fact that it's 8:52 in England. Choka is saying, I found my new genre, sci-tech. All right, so we see Michael Pierce is back. He's doing XLR cable tests. All right. Debayan B Music asks, hey Greg, if you were to recommend a newbie who's starting out composing on Cubase and budget is not a factor, should I go Mac or Windows in terms of reliability and usability? I think both of them are great platforms. I think if you get a real budget PC that you may run into shortfalls. You could run into stuff where it's like, okay, maybe where the components aren't as good if you go for like a budget PC, but if money was no object, I think both platforms work really great today. Like I was playing around with like the Cubase 13 preview on Windows ARM, and that was pretty impressive. What I was seeing just from a laptop running on battery power. So I think, the Macs obviously are running great. I'm getting a new M4 Mac from work probably on Monday. So I may be able to speak to that a little better. I think that, those have great components, but if you could get as much RAM as you can, sometimes what appears to be like a hard drive of like getting a terabyte hard drive, you see them on sale for $70, but it could be a $600 price difference to get it installed in your Mac. So sometimes the internal components can be a little cost prohibitive that maybe I wouldn't personally spend my money on. And if you want to upgrade over time, like different components, PCs are a little more flexible for that. But I think both platforms, if you get, a high-end PC that's kind of set up by someone who's, good at tweaking computers. Like I just recently got my PC updated to Windows 11 and, replaced an older SSD with a new SSD drive, and it, runs phenomenally well. So I think both platforms, if you get a good quality PC or a good quality Mac, that you're going to be in great shape with either one. It's really just a personal preference. So. All right. All right, so Jazz Dude mentioned I could maybe show some of the metering on the right-hand side. So let's say if we were to kind of take this, we could see different meter scales here. So if you want to see full digital scale, or if we want to see Nordic scale, so we could have, when we come over here, if you want to see CAT System 20 metering. So it's kind of set by mastering engineer Bob Katz. It's kind of a metering system that he utilizes. We could also see +3 dB digital. And if we go to the bottom here, we can see our loudness meters. So here we could actually set whether we want our loudness, if we're doing more streaming, we could set it to -14 LUFS or to -23 LUFS. So we could just, a lot of great metering options on the right hand side, in addition to all of the options that you're going to get within the inserts of Supervision as well. So you have multiple metering types here. These are all your different metering types. And if you're clever, you could play a game of Pong in this plugin as well. So, all right, wonderful to see Graham Witcher on from Oxford. All right, Ben Tyreman says he's been so impressed with Cubase 14. That's great to hear. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Okay, so I'm back to where it was. All right. So Michael Pierce is past Royal Wooten Bassett when he was driving at 1 a.m. That's where Graham used to live. See, Jazzy made a point of 6 dB means doubling, and Mark Raymond just says, read above and memorize. Okay. Let's see, Nick just wanted me to hear me say Royal Wooten Bassett. That's why they mentioned it. Okay, reading through comments still. All right, DL White asks, hi Greg, I'm recreating drum parts from a performance using Groove Agent SE. I'm slicing parts using tempo detection. How do I preserve the tempo in the MIDI when it varies and be able to use parts multiple times? Okay. Okay, just reading this again. So I'm recreating drum parts from performance using Groove Agent SE. I'm slicing parts using tempo detection. How do I preserve tempo in the MIDI when it varies? All right, so what I would probably do, so I'm not sure if this would make sense for you. So let's say if I want to come over here, let me just... Okay, so if I was working, if I wanted to kind of do stuff in the MIDI domain, so let me just add a Groove Agent track. All right, let me just... Let's try this kit here. Okay, so I'm not sure if, so what I would do, so let's say I have my Groove Agent kit here. So we open it up and we could just, let me just, okay, so if I was doing this, and just going to reread it, so I'm slicing parts using tempo detection. How do I preserve the tempo in a MIDI when it varies to be able to use parts multiple times? All right, so let's say if there is so I'm going to come over here and just use, so let's say if I'll do a tempo detection of this. I think it's pretty steady. And I'm just going to take all the tracks here, take them out of musical mode for now. Okay, so let's say we start off here. All right, so let's say we're pretty steady with that, so I want to find and all right, I just kind of use a drum. So let's say I'm just going to move this up. Sorry, I just want to put a signature in. All right, so it's so I'm not sure if you've gone through like the drums. All right, so let's say we have like our pattern here. Now, if I had a MIDI pattern, so let's come over here and say I just want to do like MIDI drum loop. So let's say, okay, we'll come over here to beats. All right, and I'm just going to drag this over and I'll make this instrument louder. So let's come over to the mix console. So even though this is maybe not like the best pattern, I will just kind of take, and even we'll take this and we're going to make sure that this track is in, just drop it on the beat here. So now as we take this particular pattern, this pattern will play. So this is like just a MIDI program pattern. This is now following the tempo change. All right, now another method that you could use is when I come over, let's say I want to go to my kick track, and I'll go to my hit points. So I use this a lot in productions. So I'm going to just come over here and let's find kind of the hit points. And we want to kind of set a threshold that will kind of incorporate so that the drum kind of opens up here where it's not going to be on tracks that are bleeding through. And then if we see this create tab, we can say let's create MIDI notes. So I'm going to select this groove agent track. So I'm going to double click here and we'll say create MIDI notes. And now I could say we're going to put this onto the first selected track. I'm going to retain the dynamics and put it onto C1. And now we've done that, we can now have our kick drum playing. So we could replace our kick drum. So let's say I want to. So we have our kick drum muted, but our kick drum is now playing from Groove Agent here because we've taken that. And we could just simply have the kick drum automatically generate the MIDI for us. So if you want to copy over a MIDI event, once you do the tempo detection, that will automatically work. Or you could extract like the kick, put onto C1. Let's take our snare drum and kind of do the same concept here. So I'm going to select this track. We'll go to our snare drum. And let's create MIDI notes and put them onto D1. So now we can have the kick. And if I wanted to say take the kick and make it louder here, or I want to take the snare and change the pitch, we could do that as well. So there's, maybe a couple of different approaches. So let me know if that's helpful for you. So you could choose to have it automatically follow the, to do that. Now, if you have MIDI, one point that may be confusing is if you have existing MIDI and then you do the tempo detection, what I would do is choose to freeze to lock the MIDI part. And then when you do the tempo detection, let go, because otherwise this would change from its like original MIDI grid to follow the new tempo detection. So if you have like a MIDI program and then you do a tempo detection of the audio, take the MIDI track and lock it first. Otherwise this will shift from its original to this and all to the change tempo. So, and then after doing the tempo detection, unlock the event so that the MIDI information doesn't shift in there. So let me know if that's helpful for you, if I understood correctly. Sorry if I didn't. So we see Sam Brashear says, I still cannot import a tempo track through the file menu in the latest Cubase version. So I think if you export it as a standard MIDI file, so I'll check this, I'll pass it along. I know it was an issue originally when 14 was released. If you go to File, to import tempo track, that didn't work. But if you export it as a standard MIDI file and import as a standard MIDI file, and when you import the standard MIDI file, we could just choose not to ignore the master track events. So I know Steinberg's aware of it. I passed it along earlier, but there hasn't been a maintenance update since then. So apologize, I had to use a MIDI file instead, Sam. Right. Okay, reading through comments. See, Choka says, sorry for my spam, so you don't have to worry about that at all. That's why we do live streams, so people can interact. See, Michael Pierce says, oh, Windows ARM Cubase, intrigued. So. All right, sorry, Chatfield jumped again. Okay, so Flyv asks, what's the best way when creating a track to make it follow on beat 4/4, like a signature track? It was Mark Rabin's question. So, once you add a track, so you have a master track, and generally, Cubase will default to, a 4/4 time signature. And if we look at a signature track here, like we could see, okay, this is, and we could select our vents. So, if we go to our signature track here, we could see, okay, what our time signature here is, but there's really nothing track specific about the meter. So the meter could be like really independent of, there's no like real specific settings I would say that come to mind for doing a track in 4/4 versus 3/4 once it's kind of set up. So if I change this to, let's say I add a measure of 3/4, we will see that the grid will change here. So let's say, okay, do 3/4. So now we can see that, these measures are longer than these measures. So if I now come and we do 2/4, so it doesn't necessarily change the track, but the grid might reflect those changes. So we can see that tracks in 4/4 are longer than 2/4. So let's make this, I meant to do 2/4. So 2/4 is going to be half the length of 4/4. 3/4 is going to be 3/4 the length of 4/4, and so but the tracks themselves, I don't think you really have to do anything for dealing with different meters. Troka says a game of Pong. So yeah, if you go to, I won't give away the secret, but you could probably watch what I do. So if we come over here to Supervision, I'll just do a blank instance of Supervision here. And click a certain number of times on the maybe lower left-hand corner. And then when you come over, you'll see under Other, Game. So now we could play Pong. And so if you're bored on a session, you can try a lucky number. So yes, you can't play Pong inside of Cubase. So they kind of announced that on April Fool's Day a couple years ago, and everyone thought it was hysterical. And they're like, oh, wait, you can actually do it. Hold on. And Cornell just says that would be a neat little Easter egg, so it is. So. All right. So we see A double J says, I have a slight delay when I press the play button in Cubase. I don't recall it being that way before. Is there a way to remedy this? So often when you get a delay, this could be because of a plugin that has, or plugins that have latency on your system. So let's say I come over here and on my mask, so when I hit play here, you could hear that's pretty responsive overall. So let's say if I come over here. Now let me put some plugins that have a lot of latency somewhere in my signal path. So I'm going to, so when plugins are delay compensated, what happens is when you hit play, those plugins will, when you hit play, how it does that for compensating for the plugins is it kind of buffers the audio. So let's come over and we'll just add an audio track. So I'm going to add some plugins, and we could actually, if you right click and click on setup sections, you could see a latency. This would show you the latency of the plugins that are on this particular channel. So let's come over here to Vocal Chain, has like 16 plugins, so could be a lot of latency there. Let's put on another Vocal Chain. Let's add a multi-band compressor. So go Dynamics, and we'll say multi-band compressor. Another multi-band compressor. So all right, so now we've added a good amount of, we look at this, 718 milliseconds. So those plugins are causing 718 milliseconds of latency. So when I hit play now, it's going to be delayed just because of all of the plugins that are being used in the project. So I'm going to hit my space bar. You'll hear it on the microphone. So if you want to test that really quickly, what you could do is if you go to the very bottom left-hand corner, you can see this constrained delay compensation. And what you could do is have that set to automatically, bypass the latent plugins. So you could just simply do that. But again, it's probably just going to be plugins that are causing that delay in the transport. So maybe you added some heavier plugins in this version of Cubase, and that's causing that transport to start a little bit late so that all the plugins can be delay compensated. All right, DL White asks, how can I distribute eighth notes evenly with mouse drag and a MIDI part in the editor? So let me see if I remember the trick for this. Let's come over. Okay, so let's come over. Let's say I want to do, I think it's if we grab the paintbrush and we hold down, let's see which modifier it is. All right, I thought it was the paintbrush that would allow us to do that. Let me try some different modifiers. Let's just see if it's just a line tool. I thought it was the line tool that would allow you to kind of do it. And one other way you could do it, let's say if I just draw a note in and I want to split, if we just hold down the Alt key, so let's say I'm here and I want to split evenly on the grid, I could just come over here and hold down the Alt key, Alt or Option key with the pencil, and then you could evenly cut. But I think, I thought that there was a way of doing this with the paintbrush tool. But you could add a note and split it automatically. But I'm pretty sure that there's, let me just look into preferences quickly. Yeah, maybe the behavior changed, but I thought that you could do it here, but if we, like that we could restrict it, but I guess we could just come over and hold down the Option key to split all notes. So if you come here, once a note is instantiated and you want to cut, hold down the scissor tool, and you can just do it right on a grid with the Alt or Option key and split the notes. I'll see if I can play around with that and maybe show it for Tuesday. All right, Bratman Studio says cutting in line for the last hour, but made it. Greetings to all. Thanks for joining us from Whittier, California. So Troca says it's a 4-hour stream. So yep, generally we go about 4 hours. Then I have to do another 3 hours of indexing afterwards. All right, Bratman Studio says I'm going to be playing Groove Agent 5 with my Roland TD15 KVS this weekend. Any tips? So I'd say if you're utilizing Groove Agent 5, probably what you want to do is to come over. So let's say we open up our Groove Agent instrument you'll see this little icon here in the bottom right hand corner of the pads. Come over here, and I think you want to just say E-drum controller, and that should change the mapping of the MIDI notes to map what most electronic drum kits transmit. So just this little icon here, turn that on, and I think the E-drum controller is probably the Roland one, and you can have a Yamaha one set up as well that's named. All right, Uno Memento says we have 100 likes. Jazz Dude's thanking everyone for the likes. All right, Authentic Beats says, hi, I'm new to Cubase, just switched from FL Studio. Welcome to Cubase, and thanks for joining the live stream. Just wanted to ask how to make the delay a triplet because it is different from FL Studio and it's confusing me a lot. Okay, so let's go ahead and just put in a note here. All right, so we'll go to Groove Agent. And let me just get my drum map created. All right, so I want to, we'll just put in a note. Let's say a bass drum on C1. All right, and I'm going to just copy this event multiple times. Okay, so we have, let's say on beat 1 of the measure. And now we want to put a delay in triplets on that note. So I'm going to add an effects channel track, right click on the track. We can add an effects channel track to the selected track, or you can put it as an insert. Let's go to like a simple mono delay. They'll all kind of be the same way. We're going to say let's sync. So we'll see you'll have a little sync button in most of the delays, and we say, okay, we can do like a quarter note delay, but let's say we want to do a quarter note triplet. When we see T, that's triplet. So as we play now, let's say we want it to be an eighth note triplet or a half note triplet. So just set the sync amount, and if you want it to be a dotted value, which is a good old. So as we go back, all right. All right, and again, great to have you join us, Authentic Beats. All right. Chorka is just saying, just know you'll never go back now, so it's great. All right, Michael Robertson says, I have version 13. I don't believe that I can have more than one VCA controlling a channel fader. Does the latest version have this ability? So you have one VCA. You know, each channel could be a part of one VCA, but you could have a VCA routed to a VCA as well. So let's jump back. I'll revert this project. Okay, so I want to take all my drums and we'll assign these to a VCA. Okay, so we go to our mixer. We can now just make that reasonably wide. Okay, so let's say, but now I could take this VCA, you know, so what some people will do is come over here and say, okay, I want my kicks on a VCA. I want my snares on a VCA. All right, so I'll use VCA track. And let's say I want my toms on a VCA. And let's put my cymbals on a VCA as well. So we'll put, let's say, hi-hat, crashy bangy things. All right, so now I could take these VCA tracks and I could assign a VCA track to the selected track. So I could say, okay, I want my kick louder, I want my snare louder, but now I want to bring everything down. I want my, so this way a VCA could control another VCA, but a track can't be sent, you know, while this is going to two different VCAs, it's because we kind of have these VCAs controlling other VCA tracks. So this way we could have kind of individual control, over different elements of our track. So I want all my toms, now I want all my cymbals, now I want all the drums. So you could have two different VCAs that control a track if one of the VCAs is controlling the VCA that's controlling the track. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see from Roland stuff, says, "Hi Greg, I'm trying to install Iconica Opus. The first folder of voices downloaded okay, but then I get an installation failed message telling me to launch the installer manually by double-clicking the installer file in the target folder. But what file is that, please? They're all SDA download or area 2 files. I can't see the installer. The error message mentions things." So I think it's probably going to be, if you look on your system, don't go to Safari, don't go to your web browser. I still make that mistake. It's a learned mistake I have. All right, so we'll come over here. Let's go to your documents. Let's see if it's or under downloads, and you'll probably see like a Steinberg folder. Let me just... So you'll see a Steinberg folder, and then you'll see OSX, and look in here, then this is probably where you're going to find the downloader, like the install files right here. So again, go to downloads to the Steinberg folder, and at this point, this is where you could see all of your particular files. So I would look in there. I think that would... You'll be able to find it under the Iconica Opus. All right, so DL White just says, "Thanks, Greg, that helped. I am manually creating patterns from a stereo recording. So if I copy a pattern to another location, they will comply with the detected tempo. How do I smooth the tempo after?" So once you have the MIDI event, MIDI events will automatically kind of follow the tempo as long as the file itself is in the track itself is in musical mode. So you shouldn't have to do anything. So once you kind of have that MIDI, so if that MIDI is let's say a straight pattern, kind of like, let's say, if we have like generic MIDI event like this. So let's say if we put in, say just a generic, I want a kick on one, snare, kick, so this is automatically following whatever tempo you have. So if, when you put this MIDI event, this is going to kind of depend, this is going to automatically follow the tempo. So if there's tempo changes in the middle, the MIDI will still follow those tempo changes. When you go to the next project, the MIDI will kind of adapt automatically to whatever the project tempo is. And that gives it a little more flexibility than audio. You have to kind of go through a couple more steps to get that to work. All right. Cornell just says Pong should work in VST Connect, so you can do multiplayer. So latency could be tricky. So all right, so we see Val had a lot of crashes yesterday due to Leapwing 913. Sorry about that. All right, so Anthony Clark asks, related to the stereo combined panner and balanced panner, I keep it center with no automation and working with groups or effects. Doesn't matter if it's combined or balanced and the uses of it. So what the balanced panner is going to allow you to do is, let's say we come over here and we have kind of two different, so sometimes, you may want to pan the left and right channels independently. Maybe you want, so and we could switch this just by going to our balance panner. So here we can make this like to the left or right. But if we're dealing with two different channels, if we go to our combined panner, here I could say I want it panned but mostly in the center, or I want it panned but mostly over to the right, or I want it to be very narrow or very wide, or if you just continue going up, you could invert the panning. So this allows you to kind of pan the left and right channels independently with a single control. So you don't have to use two buttons, two separate controls to pan the left and right independently. You could just use one control and pan as you want. Graham Witcher says, Pong and Cubase, is that a revelation of the day? Maybe not. So depends if you win. It's a revelation if you win. All right, so we see Keymaster says, hello, how can I synchronize 2 tracks easy in Cubase 14 Elements? So in the, if it's like 2 guitar parts that are kind of out of time, you may have to manually, I don't remember if Cubase 14 will do like warping, like free warping or not, or if that's just, so in the bigger versions, what you can do is on a particular track, you could go to what's called the free warp tool. This may not be in Elements, but so once you kind of come here, we can now say, okay, I want to take this and just kind of make subtle changes of where that position is actually going. So we could just kind of move different elements. There's also, in the Pro version, I don't think that this is in Elements, but you could try. There's a little icon up here for align elements. So you could take 2 tracks and align the 2 tracks together. All right, I'm going to get to some of the questions that were mailed in before we run out of time. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. If you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button and make sure you have subscribed to the channels. All right, so we had a question on how to figure out which tracks are feeding a group or an effects channel easily. Okay, so let's come over. So I'll just revert this to where we started. Okay, so let's say I have a number of tracks here that are feeding into like an effects channel. All right, so I'm going to add, let's say, a reverb to all of these particular tracks. Okay, and all of these tracks are feeding a group. All right. So we'll just call this our drum bus here. Okay. Okay, so now if we want to see, so the question was, how do we see what tracks are actually feeding the reference? So if we open up our reference here, we could actually see that there's 7 sources that are feeding into the reference. And if we click on this little pop-down menu, we could now see all of those different sources. If we scroll down, let's say to our group, so let's go to, let's say our group, our drum bus here. Okay, and we open this and we want to see what tracks are feeding into the drum bus. So open up the drum bus and we can see that there's 10 sources. So if I quickly now said, oh, the kick is sending too much gain, I could just go to the kick, and we can say, oh, our kick is going to 2 targets. I want to go to the drum bus now. And now we could actually just say, okay, I want to go to my drum bus. And now we're looking at our drum bus. So if I say, okay, our drum bus has these EQs, I want to go back to the source, I could just say, okay, let's go here. This is going, my kick track is going to 2 targets. We could say it's going to, the drum bus or the effects. So I could say, okay, now we could look at our effects unit just by clicking here. So this way we could easily navigate kind of the whole file chain of what tracks are being fed into which effects channel or which group channel. So just kind of click just to the left and you'll see that there's 7 sources, and then you could just navigate to that particular source right there. So you can say, and we could also just kind of extend this over. So we can say, okay, this track is feeding into, our right is feeding into our drum bus, which is feeding into this stereo out. And if we want to quickly jump back, we can say, okay, let's come over here and say, okay, we have, so you could quickly kind of navigate throughout the entire signal chain. Okay, our next question. Greg, have you heard anything about problems with offline activation using the new version of Steinberg Activation Manager and attempting an offline activation of Olympus Choir on an air gap computer? I was consistently getting error message, attention, mismatching accounts, the offline licenses already stored on this computer, and the licenses you are going to install do not belong to the same Steinberg ID. So it's, make sure that when you're doing this, that you don't have 2 separate Steinberg IDs, because if you're trying to activate on one Steinberg ID, but the license is on another Steinberg ID, like personally, and my situation is kind of unique, I have one Steinberg ID for my personal use, and I have a work Steinberg ID. So if I was signed into my personal Steinberg ID trying to activate a license on my work account, then I would get a message like that. So I would go to your Steinberg Activation Manager and just make sure that you're on the same account. So as we go to load this up, you could go to your My Steinberg and you could actually see, okay, when you go to your My Steinberg account, you could see which account that you're logged in with. So my guess is that maybe there's 2 different accounts on a computer and you're trying to activate the license offline on a different account. So make sure that the one you're trying to activate offline is on this same particular account, that the My Steinberg credentials are in sync between the account that you're trying to activate offline versus the account that your activation manager was seeing. All right, next question. I really like to work with keyboard shortcuts in Cubase 14. I wanted to create a shortcut to toggle between stereo and mono in the channel settings. I couldn't find any commands regarding this. In the shortcut tab, have I been blind or aren't there any? So I haven't found any. So if, for those who aren't familiar, you could switch between mono and stereo in the channel configuration. So if you wanted to put an insert and have a stereo insert for like a delay or something like that, even though the track is mono, you could process the track in stereo. But I didn't find a keyboard shortcut to do that function, so I think it's called channel configuration. As we kind of hover over, I'll just take another quick look. Let's get to our key commands and we'll search. So I don't think I was looking for one earlier. I'll take another look, but I don't think that there is one. I'll look for configuration or for config. Yeah, so I don't think that there is a keyboard shortcut for that. I'll pass it along as a feature request. I know that could be frustrating. All right, so we see, Greg, what is the deal on Flux and Trip, two synthesizers included with Howling and Sonic? I can't find documentation anywhere. As always with every Steinberg VST, it'd be great to have a resizable UI. So yeah, there's kind of scant documentation on it. So let's go ahead and take a look, and I'll try opening it in Howling. If I open it in Howling, let me see if we could do scaling, because we can sometimes do scaling inside of Howling 7. May not be inside of. So let's say if we come over here, let's go to Flux. So Flux is going to be a wavetable synthesizer. So we'll come over. And Trip will be, I think, just a basic analog, virtual analog synth. All right, so we come over here. So let's see if I come over and undock this window, if it's scalable. So no, it isn't. Yes, I know that documentation is pretty scant on these. We can think of this as a wavetable synth, and we go to Trip. That's going to be, I believe, if memory serves right, just more of a virtual analog synth. So as we see over here, we go to your filters. Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So you have your oscillators, arpeggiators. So yeah, I'll see if I could dig up some more documentation on that. I know it just kind of mentioned that, oh, it's a wavetable synthesizer in the documentation, but I'll see if I could dig up some more and share it. All right, let me jump back to our live questions. Okay. All right, so we see DL White, how to copy a MIDI part and edits from original are applied to copies. All right, so with MIDI, there's going to be a concept of shared copies. So if I come over here and let's say I have a small, I'll do just a quick one measure MIDI part here. All right, so when we are here, just link these up. All right, so let's say I move. All right, so if I come here and hold down the Shift key and drag over to the right, we make shared copies. So now anytime that I come over here and I delete, let's say if I want to put in, I'll delete those notes and I want a bunch of notes that go up, and I'll make this larger so we could see it easier. So let's say, okay, now when I draw in, I'm just going to make an edit to this one event here. And we can see that this edit has been applied to all of the parts because it's shared. Now, when we want to take a part that is shared and reflects the changes and we want to unshare it so it could work independently, we would go to our edit menu to functions and convert to real copy. So now when I select multiple events, I can draw in, but it's not going to go and affect this because it's not a shared event. And when you see kind of like an equal sign in the upper right hand side, that would indicate that that is a shared event. Just a quick little reference there. So you see Val just says, can we do a project logical editor or macro to identify sibilance in a clip and turn it down? So there's nothing to really to do that, but let's say if we have a sibilant file, if you have Wavelab has a great feature for this, and if you run it as an ARA, we could do some great stuff. So let me just import, I think I have a sibilant audio file example. All right, so here we go. So let's listen to this. All right. So let's say we'll listen to.
In language, infinitely many words can be written with a small set of letters. In arithmetic, infinitely many numbers can be composed from just a few digits with the help of the symbol 0, the principle of position, and the concept of base.
All right, so I'm going to just run this as a Wavelab ARA. So I'm not sure if you have Wavelab or not, but we'll now double click on it, and then we could actually see the waveform and see rainbow. And the rainbow frequencies here will show you kind of where the sibilance is. So you could say, okay, I want to come over here, and then if you want to process this through a plugin, this way you could actually see different areas and different frequency content based on the color of the waveform. So, but there isn't a way in a project logical editor to say, find the sibilance and do it. But if you run a particular like de-esser plugin on it, it usually doesn't affect non-sibilant frequencies. All right, so we see Lawrence Koch from Barn Door Recordings is probably moving over to Mac Mini M4 Pro from PC with Cubase 14. What should I watch out for in moving my settings over and my licenses and such? So you could have it licensed on 3 computers at once. When you go to your My Steinberg account, what you could do is we'll just say, okay, go to steinberg.net. And let's say we go to My Steinberg. Once you have everything over and you want to, let's say you don't want the licenses on your other computer, what you could do is just come over and you could say deactivate licenses on computers. So, you could choose to deactivate the licenses from your old computers. If you need to, you could have it on up to 3 computers. As far as like all your personal preferences, what I would do is just come over to your edit menu, go to your profile manager, export your profile from your PC, and put it on a USB flash drive, email it to yourself, put it on a Google Drive, whatever. And then you could just simply import that onto your Mac, and all your key commands, preferences, user presets will automatically be carried over. All right. You see Michael Pierce has shared his soup recipe: gently heat finely chopped shallots, garlic, carrots, celery, leeks in a pot, deglaze with white wine, add stock, bay leaves, oregano, simmer, add beans, simmer for 5, and season, top with parsley and extra virgin olive oil. All right. Sounds like a great recipe. Thanks for sharing. All right, so you see Roland Stepp says, Greg, thanks for answering my install question. Thanks to everyone else for asking questions I didn't know I wanted to know the answers to, but turns out I always do. I learned so much. That's what I like about this format is, questions you wouldn't think to ask. It's like, we're seeing a different approach to doing something that you might not like work with otherwise. All right. Okay. See, Nick is pairing grilled cheese sandwich with the soup. All right. So we see Mady asks, can we export a part from the arranger track with tempo information? So let me just see if we get this in time here. Let's see if I have this in my... Okay. All right, so I'm not sure if you want to take like just the arranger track here. So let's say if I want to, so if I had tempo changes here, so let's say, so I'm not sure if you want to like just export like everything within the arranger track, but if we select it and hit the letter P, I think that we could, so let's split all the, so let's come over to range and we'll say, all right, let me just, like on a marker track, I'm just going to come over here. So let's say we select like this, select the range. And then I think if you wanted to save that separately with the arranger track, I think we could just come over here and choose crop. Or we could, maybe we'll choose delete events. So we'll see if we could delete events, and we'll say position, and we'll say outside cycle. So let's say if we do this, then we could have only the events in the cycle. So that's something that you could try to do. All right, with that, we should be wrapping up. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions, and we look forward to seeing everyone back on Tuesday. Everyone stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Tuesday. Thank you so much. Goodbye.